All right. I made it. I think I almost didn't wake up today. All right, let me see here. Wednesday, June 26th. Just about 15 minutes after the market opened. Looking like a little bit of a range here. Where are we on the daily? So on the daily, we had this first entry, second entry, short, failure off the midline, retesting the midline again. A little bit, maybe. It is. Breaking out of this. Kind of looks like one leg, maybe two legs, which would close the gap. See if this is a failed breakout or not. Looks like it's going to close the gap. Previous day close. Right. So gap closed to the previous day close. And some. I just wonder if I should be taking it from the bottom. Same difference. Whew, I'm tired. All right, so now let's see what happens from here. Got a new low here, so it's the first entry. Could be setting up a second entry possibly off the previous day close, but it's pretty steep here. Well, hopefully I'll find something I like today after a no trade day yesterday. It's the 15-minute. It's really quite a bit of a sell-off pre-market. There is news in 12 minutes. New home sales. 5-minute chart. Alright, so this yellow line is the previous day's high. Alright, so is this going to be resistance, or are we going to try to make our way back all the way up, retest the highs? I have a feeling the way this looks, I have a feeling we need to retest those highs at some point. There's news coming up in 6 more minutes. Here's the second entry, but I'm not going to trade counter trend. I'm also not going to trade right now, right before the news. Actually, I'm going to let this news happen. I'll be right back. back. Let's see here. Turn my counts back on. All right, so news happened. Doesn't look like much of a big reaction. There was a second entry long here. I feel like I might just get rid of this pink line of the session open. I don't know if it helps me. It certainly didn't really respect it right here. I guess maybe it did. It played as resistance for a second and then went through it on a second entry long. I guess this was the news candle. Not much. I don't think I would have taken this second entry long just because of it going right into the session open, pink line. But if that wasn't there, I think I would like it because it would be right off of the lower Bollinger and off of the previous day close. So, but if I was actually here, well, also there was going to be news right then also, so that would have kept me out of the trade. looking at it wider here, I'd say that I'd say this is like the current trend, 1 leg, 2 legs. But then if I start it from down here, it gets you almost up there. So I'd say that's kind of my bigger target. And if we're going to get up there, we'll probably retest the highs. If I was drawing trend lines, how you draw this, you have a break, new low, or also an overshoot, so makes sense it's going up. All right, so new low, first entry, second entry here. Very early for an engulfing. What I might be interested in, since this went pretty strongly right through the midline, maybe a failure or a second entry off the midline over here. Let's see. Right, looking to see what it does around here. this a shot. It's just the first entry. It's a failed second entry short off the midline. Oh, I tried to take the trade off there. Just taking the risk off, just in case. All right, so looks like it's going to work. I just didn't like the weakness it was showing. All right, so all right, I don't have my marks on. All right, so got a win there. Just played it a little bit safe. Hey Roman, how are you? So played a little safe, came at break even +1 on the first contract. And then, let's see. $450, so got about, what, 4.25 points or 4.5 points, depending on how those contracts got filled on one contract. So it's all right. I like the way I played it because it was a little bit of a riskier play. Being just a first entry, but being a failed second entry short. I was expecting a retest of the high, but then after I was in the trade, I was realizing that actually, in my mind, I realized that we actually already had a break here of what this trend would be with a new high already, so we didn't necessarily have to have a new high. And the Bollinger was kind of curling around already, so that made me kind of feel a little bit less confident about the trade. But not bad. I'll take that. I thought I was moving the stop where it would take out my entire position, so for break even +1. So that's actually a bonus that I was able to make this much on these accounts. So I'll take it. Just little scalps is all I need. All right, so based on price action now, it looks like I basically did the right thing. And got lucky that I got the profit that I got. I don't think it was a bad trade. This is the observation I made with the Bollingers, is when you shoot right through the midline of the Bollinger from the bottom, and you get like a second entry or a failed second entry off the midline, it usually works for my profit target. So, and it would have, if I just left everything alone, it would have hit my profit target. Yeah, plenty of room. So the trade was a good trade. So since I've got those wins on those two accounts, I'm actually going to, let me update, first things first, let me update the stats. Let's do that. All right. So, yeah, what was I saying? Oh, I'm going to switch accounts. So let me turn off my screen real quick. And I'll go to a different PA now. Because there's really no point. There's really no point for me to continue to risk these PA accounts. I've got a win on them. 215 is plenty for the day, honestly. And now I'll just go to a different PA. And so the profit made on those PAs are locked in, right? So that's how I'm going to manage my risk here. And so now on this next trade, I'll just trade only PA 13. So here we go. So PA 11 and 12 both paid 214. So I'm happy with that for the day for those accounts. So now I'll go on, I'll just trade PA 13 by itself, but also copying the evaluation. And this is my game plan. I'm going to trade these two at the same time. And then once I get a win, usually hopefully a win, I'll move on. And then that way, if I take a loss, well, it doesn't affect the win I already got. If I get a win here, I'll move on to that one. And if I get a win there, I'll move on to that one. And that's how I'm going to go about my days. And that's how I'll spread out the risk. And let's see here. So this is going to be 2 days. This is the 7th day. This is the 3rd day. All right. And it's not going to show the marks anymore because I changed the account, but we know what that trade was now. All right, so getting back to this. Got a tight little range here so far. It was a first entry, second entry. It looked like maybe it worked for the profit target. Yeah, would have worked. I don't think I would have liked this one. And no trade after that. So now I wait again. And the measured move is still in play up here. It's still the ultimate target. I really think the high of the day is the ultimate target. Which makes sense with a failed second entry short on the daily chart. Although again, it's kind of the same situation where you're really not needing to test the new high because you've got to break a new high in one bar. But you should get some pretty decent bounce, I would think, off this midline. It's literally the same trade as I just took on the 1 minute chart. It's the same trade if you were playing the daily chart right now, essentially, if you can imagine that. So I wait, stay patient, stick with my discipline. And I think that's what's working for me, you know. And, didn't have a trade yesterday, but one trade today between these two PA accounts. $428 combined. And then if I can add to that with another account, could turn into a pretty decent day. So I was probably a little bit premature in moving my stop up, but because these numbers, now that I think about it, would have been basically about double. But, that's a new setup for me off the midline. It's just based off of a recent observation, really, since the Bollingers are so new to me. So I don't have a whole lot of testing of actually taking them. Pretty much every time I take them, it's me testing it and seeing if it's working like when I observe it and don't take the trade. So felt a little bit uncertain, but I like the way I did it. I took the risk off. I gave it a chance to work, but then at the same time protected the downside. And I honestly, I would have been okay with that, even if I did move up both stops correctly, like I meant to, and only got out break even +1. I still would have been fine with it. Hopefully today will be the kind of day that offers me many trades, coming off a day where I wasn't confident about any. All right. I'm just going to keep in mind there was a little bit of a failed breakout here, so in case this turns into a failed breakout also, although it looks like it's going much further than that. Let's see. And again, to me, if this takes out the possibility of the second leg up on this, then that takes that off the board for now. And a lot of times if it doesn't do that, it goes the other way. Although we already went more than 2 legs if you measure this differently. So, if I measure it from here instead, we already went more than 2 legs. So this was like a secondary measurement. So we'll see. All right, looks like this is, let's see where the measured move is. We're already at the measured move and more of the range. Right, so it looks like this is coming off off the table, I would say. All right, so now we'll reassess and see if something new or different starts to make sense for me. Change the color of this. And I'm just going to check if it's possible there's some kind of bigger range. So it's a possibility. You got a touch here. You got these bodies here. So I'll leave that on for now. Now at some point, this is another thing I keep observing. When you get an overshoot of the Bollinger, close outside, and you get a really strong bullish bar, even if it's a first entry, you know, how many times does it work for the profit target? It seems like it works an awful lot. I mean, this is even going into the previous day close, and it just went right through it like it wasn't there. So that's another thing I'm just keeping my eye on. I'm not ready to take that trade yet, but I want to keep watching it and see if that's something that potentially could be a way I trade in the future. All right, so new low, there's a first entry short. That is technically a second entry long, first entry, second entry long, back to the midline. When we're in the middle of these kinds of ranges, I always like to be really safe. This could be a failure right here coming up. I almost do have an expectation of retesting this low, but I think trades generally, when you find yourself in the middle of a potential range, are less reliable. For me anyway. So here's a failure. It's also a second entry short with a bad signal bar. I wouldn't be surprised if it traps both ways. Yeah. The second entry long still in play here. It's already looking like it's, yeah, it looks like the failed second entry long is not working. Now you got a higher low to the second entry long, but then that may get trapped now. So we'll see. It's always interesting for me to watch these because I feel like a lot of times it does trap both ways. Although it makes sense that if you are at the bottom of the range, you just came from the bottom, that you would go back to the top. So just don't like that area. And the second entry long was terrible setup. So that wasn't a possibility for me. Maybe this higher low, but even that's right into the middle of the Bollinger. Just don't think any of those are possibilities for me to trade. All right, so just going to stay patient and wait for setups that I recognize as high probability setups, as I have done. So I didn't get a trade yesterday. I've already got one today, and there's a lot of time left, but I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to take trades that I recognize as high probability setups based on the way I trade. And that's all I really need. Yeah, that's really all I need. You know, I made $214 off this first trade on these two accounts, and that was like less than what I could have made on that trade. So it's pretty clear that I don't need much to make a single trade very worthwhile. Yeah, essentially it did kind of play out like what I was saying. It's kind of trapping both ways, getting choppy from the middle. Now it's coming back down, which is kind of what I thought it would do, but I just wasn't going to play a failure or take a second entry short off a bad signal bar there. But it's coming back down. And then the question will be whether this level holds again or if this was just a temporary thing, because now, I mean, it very much looks like one leg down with a potential second leg down, which brings you all the way back down here towards the session lows. So we'll see. There's a new high here. So there's a first entry right here. If this is a second entry, I'm not interested. So we'll see how this plays out. Looks like this is about to trigger a second entry. Really ugly one that I would never consider. Yeah, just you could see how the middle just is choppy, right? Which makes me think that this second leg isn't going to play out, that we are going to be in this range. We're going to take it off. I mean, it could still play out, but right now I'm just going to respect the range and you know, the expectation would be that we do get back to the top. Here we are in the middle again, so just it's just a no trade zone for me, which is good because I could kind of relax and I don't have to like analyze every little thing that goes on here necessarily. That's why a lot of times I get quiet. It's because I'm just like not even interested for looking for a trade where the price is. I think that would make more sense if this is a range, is to measure it this way. One leg up, two legs up, back to the top of the range. So almost to that measured move, almost to the top of the range. And then we'll see what happens up here. Coming up short of the measured move so far. You can see that the Bollinger's now going very sideways, so just indicative of a range too. Potential tight range going on here. Still came up short of this measured move, but it's clearly one leg up, two legs up, so it's not in question. And it looks like we're already falling out of this now. I'll take that off. right, I'm just waiting here. This was a new high here. It almost looks like this was a first entry, second entry long, but it wasn't. Just really nothing to look at or consider as far as I'm concerned. The last time we were here, previous day close was support, but we know this is the main support currently. And we clearly didn't make the full 2 legs up, so likely to go further down. The question now will be whether this actually holds. Like if I move this back down, that's still higher. Okay. All right, so right at that level again, looks like we're getting a decent bounce. See if this holds again. This is kind of like the third test of this area. No setup though. Just wondering, what if it's one leg, two legs? It brings us back down to the open. Is that a possibility? Put more relevance on the current range, but it's also not a bad idea to just have that in mind just in case. I don't feel good about any longs from here at the moment, or shorts, so I'm just going to sit back and watch for now. All right. I just had my mic off because my daughter's waking up. And I have the monitor on, so it's listening to her talk to my wife. So we did reach the measured move and a little bit extra that I was talking about the potential of. And so now we'll see what happens up here. We didn't get to the measured move of the range though, so we'll see. There is a first entry short here, potential second entry short setting up right here. But I'm not convinced we're going down anymore really. So I'm just gonna, especially now with this signal bar, it's not very good. So I'm just going to keep hanging and waiting for a solid setup. This is the only one I really liked so far. Let's see if this old level of support acts as resistance or not. But now this just looks like one leg up. I'm just reading all the comments on Iman Trading's video about Apex. For anyone that hasn't seen that, he made a really good video about all the problems that Apex has been having and all the complaints and people not getting payouts and people's accounts getting blown because of rhythmic issues and all that stuff. Yeah, I'd say Apex definitely, it seems like things are working better for me, but I do see that people are still saying that there's weird things going on their Apex accounts. So, as you can see, I took a trade today, had no issues taking trades previous days, haven't had any issues lately. And my copier has been working perfect lately, exact same amounts. Obviously the evaluation, I'm trading with more contracts, but both PAs closed exactly with the same amount, even though I was kind of moving my profit target and stop loss around. But Apex definitely has to, in my opinion, work on having better customer service and this attitude that they have that the customer's always wrong needs to change. There's a lot of blame game going on, but I haven't had any personal issues with Apex with really any of it. My biggest issue is just those 2 weeks where the rhythmic issues were really just obviously every day, everybody's having problems. Even there was like one day I couldn't even sign in. My biggest problem was just I lost 2 weeks of trading when I had a monthly renewal, so I lost 2 months out of the month when I bought those 90% accounts, where I really wasn't able to fully take advantage of the 90% accounts because I just couldn't trade. And so then I ended up blowing a bunch of accounts right at the end because I was just trying to pass or fail before that month was up. But even given that, I was able to, I think, add 4 more PA accounts. So I passed 4 of those, I think, 10 evaluations. And then it seems like ever since they made upgrades to their rhythmic server, it seems like things have been working okay for me. So now, obviously, I've never gotten a payout yet. So I've never qualified for a payout. So, I don't know if I'm going to have issues or not. If I request a payout, are they going to pay me? Still going to have to wait and see how that plays out. But I know people personally that have gotten plenty of payouts, no issues. So I don't have any reason to believe I'll have any issues because I don't break any of the rules. Right, so it kind of looks like one of those situations again where it's just shot right through the midline of the Bollinger. Got a first entry short here. This will be a second entry short, so maybe some kind of failure or second entry long to go up. Either off the midline or near the midline or off the support level. But I'm going to be a little bit wary of this level because here's the previous day close and the session open. And you can see the session open did play some kind of support here along with the session close. They're close together. So it's like this area is kind of support or resistance, I'd say. So here comes a failure. Setting up. Not sure I like it going right into this. And closed right underneath it. So I'm just going to chill. It probably works, but I just don't like that. I have that line there. So I'll just be patient, wait for a better spot. It looks like it's already getting ready to work. I need it to go to here. It's just shy of it now. I mean, I would have already moved my stop, so it's been locked in. All right, and there it hits. So yeah, I had a feeling it would work, but just playing it safe. This is that same, I mean, this is the same as my trade here. It's just something that I'm noticing with the Bollingers, and it seems to be good for my profit target virtually, I don't want to say every time, but a lot. But look, you can see this did act as resistance, and look where the close is. So just seeing that makes me feel like I did the right thing, even though it worked for my profit target. You don't know that it really will. It can do this before it gets there, and then for all I know, do a complete reversal. Who knows? So this just makes me think I did the right thing, even though, yeah, it would have worked for my scalp. Sounds like my daughter's on her way to me. Be right back. Hello. All right. So, yeah, I mean, look at this. This is exactly the reason why I didn't take this trade. This worked just enough for my profit target, but let's say it came up just shy. I'd like to think I would have got out break even +1. But if not, then this would be a losing trade. I know it did work for my profit target. So my point just being, this is why I'm sometimes extra careful when I have like a reason. It's like, even though I like the trade for a lot of reasons, and it still proved to work, for what I said earlier about going right through the midline of the Bollinger, and setting up a second entry failure. But man, look, I was concerned about this resistance. This is the previous day's high. Yeah. Previous day's, previous day's high. And it was resistance. So this time it worked, but other times you may have a similar situation and it'll come up shy, and maybe I won't get my break even there on time or something. Or I'll mess it up like I did over here, where I only pulled up one of my stops instead of both. And I got to figure out why they were separate in the first place, actually, because they should be in the same place. It's actually a good question. Why? 78, 78. They should have been in the same place. I guess they got filled separately, so I don't know. That's weird. All right, so I'll continue to play the waiting game here. I'm not even really watching very closely because I'm just not seeing anything setting up that I like. There is a first entry here. It's a possible second entry right here, but going right back into what used to be support. Now it could be resistance. Just not too sure what's going on here. I guess I wouldn't be surprised if we had one leg, two legs. That would take you back to the top, but I'm definitely not taking that long. Look, it's going to fail right now, maybe. So that failed. I don't really have a reason to look for a short right now. So I'm just sitting on my hands waiting for a solid reason to trade. All right, so traps the longs, maybe traps the shorts, and then goes kind of like a double trap. That's where that rule comes into play, that if you enter a second entry and it immediately engulfs your signal bar, you're supposed to move to the next swing, but that's a very big added risk. 32 points of extra risk if you do something like that. So it's like take the loss and maybe re-enter. I don't know if you take a second entry long right there. That's kind of like the flaw. The only time I'll move it is if it's like relatively close, but then if it's relatively close, a lot of times it doesn't hold anyway. At this point, I'm going to take this back. I'm just going to leave this here. And that way I can just freely see this without all that in the way. Right now we're just basically bouncing between the open of the day and the previous day close. Just take a quick look at the daily and doji bar right now. Here's the 15. Never get very much from this. I mean, there was a new low, first entry, second entry short that triggered on the 15. Which came all the way back down, I guess, but can't trade off of that. And here, first entry, second entry long, failed, first entry short. Maybe going to set up a second entry short here, who knows, next 5 minutes. Got a second entry short right now on the 1 minute. But don't really think I'm looking for shorts at the moment. I don't know. I'm confused. To me, if anything, I'm looking at one leg up and I'm thinking 2 legs up. So I don't want to go short. Yeah, or I just completely don't have a read on the market, in which case I don't want to trade anyway. I only want to trade when I feel like I have a good read. So looks like that second entry short's going to work on the engulfing. How far did it go so far? It's also right into what the old support used to be. So if I took it engulfing, it would have worked for my profit target already. If you take it after the candle, then no. Not yet. It still needs to go down here. I'm just shy of it now. Oh, there it goes. So it would have worked. But again, if I draw this back over, the short's going right back into that. So I don't know if this, maybe I just take this off. Maybe it's not even relevant anymore. That at least lets me just see things clean and not give me too much of a bias. I mean, could always make an argument that you need 2 legs down like this too, but it's just another reason why I can't trade this right now, because I just don't have a clear direction in mind. Which one's going to do what? So I think my initial thought is probably in play. Another thing I could do, one leg, two legs like that. It's for a smaller target. All right, so yeah, I think that's definitely happening. This was a first entry, second short failure, but it's going right back into this level of all this resistance. It wasn't clear. I think my initial read is probably right though. One leg up, two legs up. Which takes you back to what that top of the range I had before was, with a failed breakout down here. And reading all the comments on Iman's video about Apex just makes me hope that if I put in all the work and qualify for payouts here, hopefully they'll be able to pay me out. It'd just be ironic if after all this time I finally get to a payout and then like Apex just collapsed or something and failed to exist anymore, or just couldn't pay out anymore, or who knows what. But I'm going to just choose to believe that I won't have any issues as long as I play by the rules and qualify for a payout. I mean, I personally know enough people that have gotten payouts that I tend to believe that there shouldn't be an issue. I trade by the rules. I don't break any rules, so there shouldn't be an issue for my trading. And I just gotta believe that they'll still be in business, right? After all this bad publicity, they really got it. They really gotta hire a PR department, like a legit PR department. Somebody that actually knows how to interface with their customers and the public, and not make the customer be the enemy. Probably be a good start. I do think all the potential new rules that they talked about and put in their poll, I think most of them would be really great. But they've definitely got an image problem now that I don't know how they solve that. You know, if I were their consultant, I would say you need someone front-facing, speaking to the public and the customers that is nicer, for lack of a better term. Yeah. More aware or more appreciative of the fact that if you don't have customers, you don't have a business. There's a lot of talk about we're the ones that are, you know, the users, the customers, the traders are privileged to be able to work with them. But it's actually the other way around, because they don't exist without all of us using their system. So maybe that'll be a nice little reminder that that's why the term "the customer's always right" exists. It's because you have to treat your customer well. But again, I say that I've never had any personal issue at all with Apex. I mean, I'm a smart guy. I read all the terms and conditions. I read the contracts. I know the rules. I understand them. If I don't understand something, I find out. I do research. And I obviously don't try to cheat the system, clearly, from the way I trade. So, but yet I haven't been able to get to a payout yet. So that's where most of people's problems come from. Although there's obviously the huge complaints about all the technical issues. So the technical issues I can attest to. I've seen them, and I've literally, you know, the difference between me and a lot of people is they just keep trading. even though that they know there's problems. Whereas me, I just shut it down. I didn't take a trade. You know, I wouldn't trade my PA account. I didn't trade my PA account for 2 weeks because I was concerned about those errors or glitches or whatever you want to call them. So yeah, it affected me, but I didn't blow up accounts because of it. Oh, here comes my daughter. I'll be back in a minute.
I'm gonna be able to walk you in.
Oh yeah, you gotta get going. You're gonna be late.
I know.
You're gonna be late. Let's
How
go.
about you brush your teeth?
All right, said bye to my daughter. She's on her way to school. So we did go up, made the measured move. Just for me, wasn't really any opportunity to trade. Plus, I had the distraction with my daughter coming in. Regardless, did what I thought it would do and some. Now, at some point, I gotta decide with my Bollinger strategy. You know, when I have a target and it's pretty clearly making its way up there to get there, like maybe when it's closing on the upper Bollinger, because I keep noticing this, you know, maybe these are the situations where I enter it for the momentum to get there. But I just got to keep watching and seeing that play out time and time again before I do that. All right, first entry long, second entry long failed. Already went the measured move. Not really clear to me what we're doing next. I feel like I say that a lot. Not really clear to me what's happening next. I mean, just the reality is, if I don't get any more trades today, I'm still happy with where I'm at for the day. So it's not even about building up these two accounts today now. Now I'm just looking at this one and this one. So no matter what happens, I'm green on these accounts for the day, which is a win. And if I get another trade, hopefully it's a win on these two, but it won't affect what I've already done. And then at some point, you know, my hope and goal is that I can get 2 payouts, which will make me green overall. And then, you know, and then I can start trading even more PAs at the same time. But I like this idea of kind of having 2 together and then 1, 1, 1. Get some payouts. Maybe I'll do 2 and 2 and 1. And then if I could, at some point, start working on trying to pass more evaluations. This is kind of like just a little project to see. It's just a test. I don't know what's going to happen with this, right? Like, am I ever really going to pass it or not? Who knows? It's a really big target to have to reach. But the goal will be eventually to get more 50s and add to the PAs and try to build and build. But I've been at this a long time. I know that I can't have any expectations at this point. The one thing I can say is I do feel the best I've ever felt about my trading. When I'm trading this way and just picking only the best trades, I know my win rate can be really high. But obviously I won't have a ton of trades. All right, so what are we doing now? Just a whole lot of back and forth chop. 5-minute chart, first entry, second entry, top of the Bollinger, 15-minute, just top of the Bollinger, but first entry, inside bar, second entry long. On the daily, still bullish overall. What's next? What's next? Now I'm just reading the Apex Discord to see if there's anything going on. Seems like it's all the normal stuff. I mean, it's amazing how many people go on the Apex Discord and ask the most basic questions. All they gotta do is go on the website and read. Most of the questions asked on here are right there for them. If they would just, most people just want things handed to them. They don't want to look into anything themselves. It's pretty funny. Anyway. I imagine running a prop firm has got to be really difficult because there's the technological side of issues, where you got people with internet issues. Not everyone has reliable internet, so that's always a potential problem. You got people on different computers. Who knows what computers, can run everything well or not. So there's a whole technological side where people can have problems and complain. Then there's the rules, which most people don't take the time to read. Then there's, things like running a Discord where, especially if they're not paying their moderators, like, how do you expect anyone to be professional on there? There's so much to it. Then you gotta run a good business. You gotta know how to interact with your customers. And then when you're a small business and you get really big, you have to know how to adjust. And I think Apex is going through trying to figure out how to learn that now, because they became a huge company really fast. And I don't think they were prepared. I don't think they were changing their business fast enough to keep up. That's what it appears to be like. But maybe they'll figure it out. Maybe they'll become, maybe people start trusting them again. But I think they have a trust issue with their customers. And that's what we all are. I mean, at the end of the day, we're customers. We buy a product from them. And we make a commitment on our end, and they do as well. And both sides need to live up to it. But I'd say they've really broken the trust with a lot of their users. I think they're gonna have to figure out how to earn it back. They haven't broken trust with me because I don't feel like I've been wronged in any way. I mean, they say they're enforcing their rules. I don't have an issue with any of their rules. It's never been put to the test though, because I've never gone to a payout. So, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. If I get to qualifying for a payout and then they try to deny me for some reason that doesn't make sense, then I'll call it out. But right now, I've just had no issue, and I've never had to really deal with customer support. I think there's like one or two things I ever sent a help desk ticket about. They weren't even big deals. I think like one time I had an account that was supposed to renew and it never showed up. It never reset and showed up. And I emailed them, and it's like a day later, they responded and said, okay, we're fixing it for you. And then it came online. That might have been the only time I ever had to send a help desk ticket. Otherwise, like I said, I stayed away for 2 weeks during all the rhythmic issues before. But I've had copier issues where trades got entered the wrong direction on the exit, or different things where I'm stuck in a trade, not stuck in a trade, but where I was still in a trade when I should have been out of it or whatever. But that's why I have these windows up, and I can see whether a position is still in when it shouldn't be, and I can flatten. So I'm kind of prepared. If anything goes wrong, I also have my rhythmic up at all times. So if anything goes wrong, I can flatten here. But I certainly don't want to see Apex go out of business or anything. Or I really don't want to see a lot of people leave Apex either, because if a lot of people are leaving Apex, then that makes the business less stable. So obviously, I want them to figure out how to make people happy and clean up the perception that people are clearly starting to have about them, so that people don't question whether they're legit anymore or not, because that will be a huge problem for them if they have their user base questioning their legitimacy, questioning whether they're honest brokers, if they're trustworthy, then it's not going to work. But in the meantime, I'm just going to focus on my trading. I'm going to hope that I'm going to get to qualify for a payout for the first time on Apex ever. And when I do, they'll be able to pay me out. That's all I hope. So I really believe out of these 5 accounts, there's no way. I wouldn't have believed that I would go through 10 accounts and not get a payout, but considering where my confidence is at with my trading, I really just truly believe that I'm going to get there this time. Call me a sucker, but I really think as far as my own trading goes, I'll be able to get to the target. Unless something crazy happens. Black swan event, where I have technical issues and blows up my account and they don't fix it for me or something crazy like that. Right. This is starting to feel like there's potential for 2 legs. Already have the 2 legs up. Makes sense to have 2 legs down. If it doesn't go 2 legs down, then I think we go higher. Then at that point, I think we go to the highs of the day. Hopefully with the setup that I can get in. So we're just in a whole lot of congestion here. Say knee low, first entry short. Maybe if there's a second entry short, you leave it alone, go for the long. But right now I'm kind of in a no trade zone again, as usual. All right, I'm just going to take a couple minute break here while this is doing whatever it's going to do, because I'm not going to trade in this. So I'm going to just turn my accounts off real quick. And I'll be back in a couple minutes. Turn this back on. So I'll be back soon. Yeah, I just need a couple minutes. Be right back. All right, I'm back here. So interesting. I mean, it actually did exactly what I said right before I left. First entry short, second entry short, it failed and moved up, but then it came right back. So in an apparent range like this, maybe. That removes this though. Mess. It's going to be like this. Possible. Anyway, I got to turn my accounts back on and do that. So PA 13. That's what I'm going to lead with. All right. So just not very clear. I mean, we've been going sideways for quite some time. Yeah. From here to here, about half an hour. And just in this range in general, 34 minutes. So direction is definitely not clear at the moment. First entry long, second entry long in the middle, not touching it. And this is why I'm not touching it. Not enough room to go the other way either. Probably just traps both directions for all I know. About 4 points there, but I mean, I have this measured move, but it's not clear. There's a lot of support here. All right, so there's the failure. So you can see that bounce already happening. So that's the thing, is you just don't know it's going to go far enough on the failure even. So here's what I was talking about, possible trap both directions. Bounced here, not going far enough for my profit target, and maybe it goes up now. Who knows? But this is like chop zone again. This is what I try to avoid. Even if it works, it's just better to avoid it. At least that's what I found for myself. Yeah, maybe I'm right about this measured move, but it's not worth the risk. There's such a slim amount of room for error. My profit target would be about there. Actually, plus one more tick, because one tick underneath that is about here. So I'd be break even plus one at the very minimal by now, but I like more room to operate. So it would have worked. Measured move looks like it's going to be correct. So let's see what happens from here. Two legs up, two legs down. So bounce right at the measured move at the previous day's high. So going past the measured move. Just absolutely no read on this market. Right now, other than, I mean, I had this pretty right, but no setups for me. And then now, not sure where we're going. So I'm just gonna stay patient. I'm gonna wait for another trade that makes sense to me like this one did. I guess trades by Matt blew up all 20 of his PA accounts last night or today. All right, so remove that. Just one of those up and down sessions, no clear direction or destination in the big picture. Where are we at on the daily? So that's just kind of hanging out at the midline here. I still think ultimately it's like the trades I'm taking on the 1 minute chart where ultimately this thing's going to go back up. At least more than that. I mean, I guess I would wall this off now on the daily chart and see if that holds. Maybe if there was like a second entry that forms or a higher low second entry, that would be confirmation. So maybe in a couple days, we'll see. That's funny. I I turn on Trades by Matt, his YouTube. I'm just listening to it in my ear. And I was watching his live because he was talking about losing his accounts today. I didn't realize that he has like a AI voice that reads off the chat. So he's talking and then you hear this woman's voice reading the chat and he stops to hear it and then keeps going. It's pretty funny. It's a pretty good idea actually. It's kind of like a new high here. Is it a new high? Not really. I don't know. Not really. I was almost trying to convince myself this is a new high. A first entry, second entry long failure, but I don't think that's right. And we've got like more than 2 legs down, so I'm not really looking for another short at this point. Now, what's this level? Is this, yeah, so there's kind of this level here. So I'm not really sure what I have in mind for what the market's going to be trying to do next. I'm content with the day, so it doesn't matter if I get another trade or not. I know I have 3 more PAs, but my entire goal is, my main focus is working on these first 2 PAs. If I get a trade and a win, then I'm happy to move on to the next ones, which is what I'm trying to do next. But as long as these are progressing, then I'm happy. So first entry short, potential second entry short off the previous day close, but these bars are all stacked up. I think this will likely trigger just a back and forth trap both ways. See that happen a lot. Definitely not interested in taking a short here because I look at this as like a support level potentially. So if the trigger's below here, there's literally no room. Even though there's room to down here, you just don't know. So it didn't even trigger there. I also don't like trading in this area, and this keeps happening from day to day. You know, where these levels are all bunched up together. Because when you're in between these, I don't trust anything in between them. So maybe if there's some kind of second entry short, but it has to come back below here. So like a lower high or something. I don't know. I gotta remember, we've already got 2 legs down and some, so maybe this is going back up from here. So again, listening to trades by Matt right now. He blew up his 20 PA accounts, I guess, last night or today or this morning or who knows what. But I'm listening to him, and I gotta give him credit. I know that there were times in the past where it's pretty obvious he was not being honest when he blew up accounts, and he didn't talk about it, especially when he was at Top Step. But he just said something about he thought about not talking about it today, but he decided that he would. And I gotta give him credit for just being honest about it. I think it's better for the community. I don't really watch him much, but because I heard he lost his accounts, I thought I would take a listen to what he said today. So I don't really follow him, but I gotta give him credit for just being honest about it. You know, because most traders won't be honest if they're doing YouTube, or if they're teaching a strategy or anything. Most people are not honest when they lose. So a lot of credit to him for being honest with his viewership. All right, so there was a second entry short here. It stacked up after it triggered. It's just for all the reasons I already talked about just now. It's not a trade I can take. I can't go long with the way this looks, and I can't go short whether it fails or not. So maybe if there's some sort of lower high, but even then, I mean, this just looks like one leg up. Just feels like we already had 2 legs down, and this feels like 1 leg up. So maybe there's going to be some sort of failure, but I don't like taking failures when it looks like this. So I just got to hang out. One day if I'm like trading like the bulk of my accounts copy traded, like I could already be done for the day and be happy, so. All right, so here's a failure. But this could be a trap the trappers, could be a lower high. This is a trade I used to take called R3T, which is basically trapping the trappers both ways. But I'm not going to take it because it's not. It was like an okay setup for me. I'd say it was like around 80%, which is where I trade anyway, but they would fail just as much as they would win. And maybe not just as much since they're 80%, like I said, but it's better when I have a reason to think it's coming back down. I don't really have a reason to think that. I mean, maybe you have to retest the low. It's a possibility. But I don't like the close above the midline here. I don't like how this is curling up. So I'm not going to go short right there. So no trade zone. So I've got this measured move up. I don't know that that's going to happen, but if it does, that's where I think it could go. I mean, it seems like it needs to retest the lows, so I'm not surprised if it does that either and doesn't do this. It's actually even more reason for it to retest the lows that it doesn't go up here, but just the nature of the Bollinger, nature of where we are, the nature of how the bars are stacking up, just all these reasons to not take a trade. It's just the kind of price action where people do get chopped up. All right, so if you took the lower high, you're now trapped. potentially. You're putting your stops up here. So maybe it's going to take out the stops and that will get it up here. Or maybe it's going to just trap in more longs and then come flush back down. I don't know. Either way, people are getting trapped in this area. I'm sure of it. Yeah, this could have just trapped in more lungs. And then maybe it flushes down. Maybe it's going to trap in more shorts. Melt up. All right, so it's trying to make me think it's going to work for this measured move, but I'm not getting in this trade. This could just be another trap. Look at this. And is someone going to tell me they know which direction this is going based on all this? So got longs in, got shorts in over here, longs in over here, shorts in over here, longs in over here, maybe more shorts here. But which way is it going to break? I have no idea. Bollinger's really tight now, so you know it's going to break one way or the other. It's going to go really strong movement one way or the other, because there's going to need to be another bulge, but I have no idea which break, which direction. It was a new hire, so first entry, second entry long. They got trapped. Terrible setup, but still nonetheless is second entry long, so they're trapped. If their stops are here or here, they're in trouble. So maybe that causes it to flush down. Oh, this is off the table now. So yeah, we're just stuck in between this level right now. All right, so if shorts are going for a bigger move, are they getting trapped now? What's 2 legs down here? All right, 2 legs down there is Matt. So then I might consider this again from here. So maybe that's one leg up, two leg correction, one leg up. See if that plays out. No setup, so. All right, so it looks like we're making an attempt at this measured move. So I mean, it makes sense. One leg up, two legs of small correction, leg up. We are contending with this previous day high potential resistance right now. Hasn't been really, I mean, it was resistance here. Tried to be support before it fell down. Try to be resistance a little bit here. And now it's trying again, but we'll see. It's hard to see, but there was a first entry short and ticked above. There might be a second entry short here. I'm not looking for a short. We're still in this area. To me, this is just like all danger zone potentially, because you got this level that was the session open. That could be support. And we got the measured move. Just kind of an area where it doesn't seem like there's a lot of room. If you take it engulfing, there's room to the midline, so that would work. I don't know if this line is helping me or not. I might remove this line. I don't think it's as important as I thought it might be. Although, I mean, it did place resistance here. It plays a little bit of a role. There's a bounce on it here. There's a bounce here. It goes right through it a lot too. But then it was resistance here. I don't know. Maybe I don't have to worry about trading into it or not, but this could be a failed second entry short to then make it to the measured move. But still a very dangerous play. I just want to get out of this area and trade somewhere else so that I don't have to worry about those levels. All right, well, couldn't get to that measured move. And it goes the other way here. Maybe finally going to get this retest of the low here. Trying to see if there's some kind of bigger picture idea. I just don't know. I didn't really recognize it in real time, but this was a new high, first entry long, and then up here was a second entry long that failed. I don't think I would have taken it because it was going right into the previous day close, but I just noticed that. It looks like it's going to give up this level. So where are we going? Is it... I could potentially see an argument for this. One leg, two legs. All right, so I'm just going to watch this for a few more minutes, and then I got to feed my dogs and take them out. So, now that we're below this area, I just want to see if there's some sort of setup for a short, maybe. So give it a couple minutes. Also, the other thing I might consider thinking about from the new high, one leg down, find another spot where it could be two legs down. I mean, there's no setup from here, but I'd hope that it would pull back and give me one from there, maybe. We'll see. I like to wall these off so I can kind of see where there's room. So maybe it's going to be up here somewhere. I don't really need the measure move to decide though. Doji here. It's kind of this level I'm a little concerned about. Would have liked to see it touch the midline actually at least before I consider taking a short. There's still 20 seconds left in this candle. So I'm not going to take a short here. It's not where I wanted it. It's not. I just don't like the way it looks. It's not a whole lot of room I'm looking for. From here. Oh, 6 3/4 points. It's just not a clear, easy setup. And what this bar is doing right now makes me think I made the right decision. Shorts are in trouble if you entered below that. Let's see what happens here. My stop would be right above there and it would get taken out. So that's good, no trade by me. All right, so I'm going to remove this. Yeah, it's a failed second entry short. but just not the setup for me to go long there. I'm going to remove this. I just don't like the way that looks. In fact, since I still don't know what we're doing and we're getting back into the zone that I don't want to trade in, I'm going to go and feed my dogs and take them out, take a little break, and then we'll see what things look like when I get back. Maybe I'll just call it a day at that point. I'm already content with what I have for the day. Today's a good day for me. So, yeah, see how I feel when I get back. Let me turn off my accounts, make sure nothing goes wrong while I'm away. All these people talk about trades being entered that they didn't enter. And I know one way to make sure that that doesn't happen is to not have the Apex accounts armed at all. So you can see when I do that, I'm switching on my SIM account. And that way, I know that when I walk away, there are no trades that can possibly take place on my Apex account. All right, I'll go take care of my dogs. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. All right, I'm back. Market is just kind of messy today. Makes me really happy I have my one trade. I will go ahead, put my accounts back on one last time and give it a little while longer. Just in case I see something I like. But man, I mean, this market has been pretty messy all day. It's just a lot of chop. Very range day. Where's the range though? It's just a messy, messy range. Yeah, overshoot here, overshoot here. This midline seems pretty decent. So that's how I see it. So, but it's a weird day because where do you find the highs to trade off of? Where do you find the lows? Everything's very uneven. There's no consistency anywhere on any level. So just in my experience, it's always better for me to just play it safe than try to guess, because there's a lot of people getting chopped up today for sure. I'm just not doing a lot of talking because there's just not a lot for me to work with here. I probably give this 15 more minutes to decide to do something, and then I'm going to call it a day. I mean, the way this is just grinding, I really don't see me getting another trade soon, but I'm just trying to figure out if I were to say there's a leg, I guess I'd say it's about here. So this would be a second leg. So that's my target again. And we'll see what happens when it hits this. All right. Curious how far that just went. Not quite the 6.5 points I would look for yet. All right, so I mean, in general, the measurements are working. We're clearly just in a range for the day, even though there's a lot of price action outside of that in the overnight. right, so measured move, and we got a pullback. So I really, other than the one trade I took today, here, I really haven't seen anything else I even really strongly considered. It's just been really hard to read a lot of this. A lot of these chop zones chop zones here. It's just, there's been a lot of them. So I'm really satisfied with my one trade today. Yeah, I didn't even play it perfectly because I moved my stop to break even +1 a little too quickly. Luckily, it only moved one of my contracts, not both of them. So I actually got stopped out break even +1 on just one contract. And but the other one, I didn't move up. It was still down here. So once it started going back up again, I moved that back up, locked it in, and took my take profit. So didn't get to have the runner on the play, but still able to make 215 basically off of it. So it works for me. Could have easily been a $400 +1 today for 430. Feeling more and more like it's gonna be it for me today. Give it about 5-10 more minutes tops. Just keeps coming back to this same area. And I don't want to trade in this area personally. Previous day close, session open, previous day high. It's just this area in general is just a tricky area for me in my trading. Yeah, new high, you got a first entry long. So even if there's a second entry long set up here, I would not be looking for a long. Wouldn't be looking for a short either because there's just so much support right here. Look at all that. So it's another spot where I don't want to trade long into this. Already got 2 legs up. After 2 legs up, you expect 2 legs down, so it's kind of, you expect this. I expect this, except for all this support. Okay, so second entry long triggers. How far did it go so far? 3.5 points. Would need to get to here for my profit target. You can see it has to go through the previous day close to get there. That's why I don't consider taking it. I also never touched the lower Bollinger Band. So another reason why I wouldn't take it. Okay, well, I would definitely locked in break even +1 at the very least right now. So it'd be a free trade. Maybe it works for the whole thing. There, it would have just worked. Right. I'd say that's off the table. But all these levels to me have played a role in the past, so I continue to respect them. There's now a first entry, maybe second entry. Are these the same lows? 57. 57. So it is a double bottom. So an exact double bottom, second entry long. If it was positioned somewhere else on the chart, maybe I would have liked that better. right off of the known support. So it's a failed second entry long and a second entry short if this fails right here. So maybe I can consider this. But going right into the previous day close again, which I know has been playing support resistance. So just don't like that. It's going to work. Probably already worked. Oh, needs to get to here. Again, the resistance of the session open playing a role right into the previous day close, and look, playing as support potentially right now, and coming up a little shy of my profit target so far. So this could be a failed second entry short and a higher low to the second entry long, go higher potentially, but I just can't trade this. The close below gives it a little bit more validity to me that it's going to go for the full profit target, but I'm not going to enter this late. So, higher low, not a great looking higher low. It's just, to me, it's just begging to get chopped up if I enter anywhere in here. So for that reason, I'm going to call it. Happy with my one win. Feel like I took the one trade that was very clear to me, and should have trusted a little bit more. Here, I'll do a quick review of this trade. Let me turn on my other account so that we can see the marks. Okay, so this is back on the account that I took the trade on, PA11. I took on PA11 and PA12, as you can see down here. And basically what I was seeing was we had that strong move through the Bollinger. And what I've noticed is that when I get a entry at or near the midline of the Bollinger and we got a strong move up, could be looking for a retest of the high. And at the time, I was kind of looking at it like maybe this is one leg, maybe looking for a second leg, so looking for a higher target here. And so we had move up, first entry short, second entry short with the failure right at the midline. And I just been seeing that these tend to work for my profit target. So I entered right here when it went took over. I was a little bit too quick to move up my break-even stop. So I took a break-even +1, but it only took it on one contract. Somehow my stop was still lower on the other contract. So then when it started pushing back up, I moved my other stop to break-even +1, but it did reach my profit target. And let's see, my entry was, well, who knows which one this was the one that made it all the way, but basically 2025 was the entry, and I exited at 650, so 6.25 points. Was my take on that on one contract, and that's what got me the $215 on each of my PAs, and then the $1,200 on the 250K, which I'm trading with 10 contracts. So that's my one trade of the day. And otherwise, just a whole lot of choppy, uneven, difficult to read price action. So I'm going to call it there. I'm happy with my results today. I'm happy I didn't take any trades yesterday. Paid off today, and hopefully we'll get a little bit easier price action to read tomorrow. So that's it for me today. Thanks for watching. Don't forget the 80% discount on Apex if you trust them. You can use this code or any other. And I'm sticking with them. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully I get to some payouts, and I'll be able to see for myself that they still pay out, hopefully. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. Appreciate it. Appreciate anyone that joins me for the chat. And I'll be back tomorrow for the live stream around New York Open. All right. Thanks for watching. I'm out of here.